Okay, so we've got a for this video we've got a MK46 NGRS which has a full package going in there. So obviously to increase FPS, increase range. Freaking hell, phone already. Okay, phone call finished. So we are so MK46 full upgrade package. So yeah, basically a start to finish video. You know, we're trying to video all the work now, if you know what I mean. Obviously I know we're reducing the amount of tech work we're doing, but you know, for what tech work we are still doing, we're trying to catalogue it for people, you know, some people enjoy watching content on, you know, YouTube and lengthy videos, but all the information's there. If people are so interested in doing this stuff themselves, they can obviously watch it all start from finish and get that information, and then obviously do it themselves. Though I imagine once most people see the length of most of these videos and what goes into doing them, they're probably just going to pay a shop. You know, we're trying to have capacity, but it's extremely limited. You know, it's just I just can't get the time to work, you know, on guns as much as I like. So we're just doing what we can, which is, like I say, mostly the occasional new build, and obviously we're just trying to claw through the remaining backlog, and then, like I say, just start having to unfortunately refuse a lot of guns. So yeah, we just don't have the capacity for it. But yeah, that's enough of that, and like I say, I will try and get all this stripped down. People often ask me about how to gun tech and how to learn how to gun tech. The best place to start from is always a brand new gun. So, you know, don't buy a used gun and then say, oh, I'm going to learn how to gun tech with a used gun. You know, it's I always use the analogy. It's like buying a puzzle with no box lid from a car boot. You know, it's just a bag of bits. You know, it makes it incredibly difficult to put a puzzle back together if you don't actually know what the puzzle is meant to look like. So I guess you can struggle and try and figure it out, but honestly, from a learning perspective, you're much better with a shiny new gun, if you know what I mean, because it's all in the right place, all as it should be. So you know, nothing's missing. Obviously, if stuff is missing once you're finished, you know, you've created that, yeah. So that's why it's so frustrating and so annoying when obviously you pick up second-hand guns and parts are missing, you know, that have just been left out from previous contexts. It's so frustrating because you're like, well, why? You know, so it's all here. As you take it off, you should put it back on again, yeah. So it's as simple as that. So start by removing this stock, just to make it a bit easier to handle. And we'll get rid of this front outer barrel as well, which is basically just this button on the side here. How's that position? It's a bit better for a big gun like this. I think we might leave it a bit higher in future, I think, because people can always zoom in on videos. You can't freaking well zoom out. So that's better, isn't it? Right, so outer barrel off. just rotating this pin round. I just want to take a mental note and or photograph, if you know what I mean, of the orientation of this pin, so that you get it in the correct position again. Better to be safe than sorry, if you know what I mean. But basically it obviously goes on the inside of the metal cover. Sort of the thicker bit on the left hand side. So we're just going to pop this out. Surprisingly difficult to buy these little things. It's if you want to keep the orientation, you could obviously just pop this back in here. Like that. That pin, we can just poke that back through there. These screws as well, you want to make sure they stay on and are tight. It's quite difficult getting a screw which is that wide and that short. It's M3 by like 5, and look at the size of that head that's on there. It's a custom screw. I mean, obviously there's screws on this, but they're meant to be, I think, welds, based on the real gun. But obviously they're done in like a sort of slightly wonky shape to kind of replicate these weld points, but they're basically just screws, from Airsoft perspective. So we're going to just take all the top section off. So pop this just around that. Some people would take this off. I think it's a bit of a pain, to be honest. Yes, it's a pain working with it, but it's a pain getting it on and off. So I tend to just leave it there and work around it. It's obviously nice seeing all this recoil system, all shiny and new. Obviously we've got the new 6-hole system at the back here on this bracket, which is obviously a much better system and tends to basically not cause any problems whatsoever. Whereas obviously the older one does require a bit of Loctite / keeping an eye on it, to make sure that it doesn't work itself loose or anything. So then we've got we're just going to be removing all of this basically now. So I'm starting with obviously this part that operates the fake bolts. So we need a 2.5 per home. Flat blade will put you back. Oops. Flat blade. Spare Phillips. Actually made 2 positions, but sometimes when you can't find a tool, so I've got a 2-seater. There's in a desk here and a desk over there, but I tend to do the ad hoc stuff when people walk in the store on that one now, or beforehand. It was obviously when Andy was running it, but now with Andy leaving, it's just I just use it for obviously walking stuff. I could prep another gun on there, but the problem is obviously the camera, so it's all on this one. so I have to use this now over this side. with some 1.5s just here. So when you're doing these, obviously, you know, depending on how much Loctite's been put on there, you gotta be careful. So you can see TM have popped some on there. So we should be able to nudge this up. That's a bit of a confusing one, if you know what I mean, when you're first working on these guns, until somebody tells you that one. Like MV5 and removing the fire selector. When you know, you know. It's so nice when you... It's like sometimes you're taking the TM stuff apart, it's like you think, oh, it's like no Loctite, but I think they're fairly dialed in with Mark 46 now. They've learned obviously to, you know, stop the comebacks, you know, because remember they run a service department in their country as well, you know, so they're going to obviously want to stop returns, you know, because obviously people in Japan can literally just walk to one of the 3 service centres and say, oi, you know, what's going on with my gun? Stop working, it's missing all these screws. They're going to feed that back to the factory, and suddenly you get an iteration on the product and it's better now. So just be careful when laying these wires back down. You can see there that the wire is coming up and over the brackets. Obviously as you're putting the bracket down, you obviously won't want to be trapping any wiring there, if you know what I mean. You want to obviously the wiring finally to lay across the top neatly. Okie dokie. So obviously the goal is obviously to remove this gearbox that's in here. So there is some brackets at the back here which we can loosen off. So we just want normal Phillips for these ones. Yeah, just because of the nature of the shape of this bracket, you know, you think, oh, it'd be awesome if I could just pull this out, but it don't come out. Which is really annoying, because if that bracket wasn't there, then it would be quick change right now for just changing out a power spring. But we can't get this bracket out, so the gearbox has to come out in order to get this bracket out. Shame, isn't it? Righty, so now we can obviously pop this down, and we can, alright, pop this down. Okay, so the new ones have moved over to torque, so to prevent the rounding off issues. So much better idea. TM always iterating. So the new generation of dovetail mount, if you know what I mean, you can see has a very wide gap there. Much wider than the initial one that they did. So this one's 3.5. Obviously the other one was about fucking 2 or fucking 1.5 previously, so a much smaller gap between the feed port and the screw. So so yeah, it's just much stronger. This is M3 by 13.5, so might as well say M3 by 14 with a torque. Okay, so the pretty sure the first generation one has no line between it. They had some sort of a feed issue that they found was resolved. So, but if you've got the next generation or second generation one, it should have this. I'm pretty sure it's got this line through it. Like I said, the other one doesn't. Differences there. It's 13.6, so tiny bit longer. Not really too noticeable. We'll keep it separate. So we have to pop this cover over, and then inside is Phillips screws. So as always, you know, taking these out, you want to keep pressure on the back plate, you know, the base plate, so that you don't trash any threads taking them out. Obviously TM, so soft tapping all the way. the screw from the bracket area. So I'm just going to pop this out. Took one out once and it just was broken. Okay, like I say, as with best practice, we always try and teach that. So take a photo of your base plate in its beautiful original state before a gun tech gets in there and doesn't do any of this. Obviously what we're looking for is for obviously trying to copy TM. You know, you always got to be thinking from the factory knows something that you don't, yeah? You know, it's not always, you know, fixing everything that's, you know, an improvement on guns. Sometimes stuff is done for certain reasons. Wires are routed a certain way, you know, for things to work. Obviously, see, we've got this sort of goes around there and does this sort of gap. You know, is that because, you know, something on this underside requires it? Or probably just basically routing that excess amount of wiring in that direction, you know, just to use it up so that it's obviously sitting as low as possible. Obviously you can see the red on the right there, so we're going to be sort of aiming for black on the left, red on the right. Alright, when we get this new motor back in there. So quite a unique motor. So obviously the gears inside these are massive disc plates, you know, so that are, you know, quite high torque because of the amount of teeth that are on there. So obviously if it's turning around very, very slowly, then you obviously need to compensate with obviously a high cycle. So this motor is actually 30k high cycle. Also, I believe it's pretty strong. I'm pretty sure this, you know, so your normal typical high cycle didn't have much torque to it. So I think they've put a bit more effort into this one to give it both 30,000 RPM high cycle brushed, but also some oomph to it. But you know, some motor specialists out there will probably be able to tell you more about these the insides and outs than me, but that's my impression just from, you know, anecdotal testing. So think 30k high cycle motor, but with a bit more bump to it, you know, so a bit more oomph, you know. So obviously if we're going to be matching the rate of fire that's in there, obviously we're going to need, you know, obviously on a 7.4 volt, it rotating at about 30k. So so we're going to be aiming for sort of maybe about 35k with the upgraded motor. So it's just a smidge faster, but while, you know, not introducing any sort of feeding issues or anything by trying to go too fast, you know, or reliability issues. that's cool. They put a bit of heat shrink on this now. I wonder if they've what the reasoning for that was. I think the safe position is a little easier to get the gearbox back in. Oh, there's juicy Loctite coming out on that. Didn't want that unwinding, did they? It's the downside of doing the tech in, you know, like I say, TM spend all this time trying to dial in a product and get it all shiny and brilliant, and obviously any problems, refine them through their, you know, over time, and just try to dial in the perfect product, and then obviously gun techs come in and just rip it all apart. So it is important to pay attention to stuff like that, you know, to make sure that obviously we try and pop things like Loctite and stuff back on to try and you know, mitigate obviously those long-term issues, you know, for customers, which obviously TM have tried to do. The only problem is obviously you know, that their product isn't built for this this country, you know, it's built for overseas. So so when we get them, yeah, in order for them to be you know, competitive, we have to bump the FPS up a little bit, whether it's you know, the US 400 or if it's 550, sorry, you know, 350, sorry, for the UK. You know, we have to try and get a bit more out of these things, and then obviously in turn, you know, is that then going to affect obviously other components? So and thus the upgrade parts and process was born, you know, as people trying to get a little bit more out of. So move the charge handle back. That should allow you to tilt the gearbox up. Take this wiring out because we'll inevitably need to disconnect this. So what you want to do is tilt it and wiggle this fire selector to get past the sector gear, sorry, bevel gear, and then you should now be able to bring them up. So pull your front wire in through. So you want to get your gearbox wiring up through the hole, and now we can put our whole assembly to the side. Obviously the lower, we can now just remove that. Don't know if that's called a frame or just simply receiver. Or would it be lower receiver and this bit here would be upper receiver? Or is this top cover and that's the receiver? Right. So we need to remove obviously this sort of chassis or barrel support housing, whatever we're going to call it, you know, so to get that off and out the way with. Again, like I say, TM have moved over to torque, so we're just using those now. Oh, that one's a little loose. This lever on the side here, that's just for releasing excess BBs, so because it has a feed tube for the BBs, so a bit like the you know, M4A5, M40A5, sorry. There's a pin going through here. It is directional, so we're just going to tap it with our shiny new gun power tool pins. Yep, that's the right way. Okay, so you want those pin with the 2 screws, so that obviously we know from memory, you know, where they were from. So we can pull this top unit out. Oh shit, wiring blocking it in it. You can see here obviously all the lovely shiny clean MOSFET, you know, obviously this is all, this blue stuff is all the conformal coating, obviously, so it has somewhat waterproofing, you know, to it. I mean, I wouldn't go swimming with it, but yeah, it should keep obviously moisture and the rain off and stuff. Yeah, obviously, you know, just your cables that just go out the front here, so simple as. All that we're just taking off and leaving. I mean, this MOSFET unit all comes as part of the whole assembly on the diagrams anyway. So obviously these are your bushings that break, so these ones here, so it's frustrating, but they do. So we replace them with retro arms ones, which we do need to restock. Just pay attention to obviously the routing of the wiring. Obviously we've got this wiring here for the in fact, I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll just leave it all in there. Oh no, we'll pull it all out, and then sort of it's clipped in here for the thing with obviously the red at the bottom, black at the top. For correct orientation, and we'll put this wire cover up the top here with its screws so that it's separate. So this whole assembly here, you know, we're not doing anything with it. Everything that we're doing is obviously now on the desk. So we're just going to move that to the side. Okay, so there's your hop unit, which obviously we're going to be installing the hop rubbers on with the extremely long barrel, as you can see there. It's a 2-piece barrel, so the other part of the other barrel goes over the top of it, and then it extends it, and you get a longer barrel. I get amazing accuracy, in my opinion, on MK46, especially lifting heavy ammos like 3s and 3.2s. So you know, it's almost like I literally had a customer describe the MK46 as too accurate for support guns. You know, he's very much used to obviously just a 11 volt and you know, some 2.5 ammo and just literally just spraying 2,500 rounds, you know, down range. You know, with obviously quite a wide grouping, but getting, you know, some range, you know, and just sort of, you know, keep firing that sort of suppression fire, you know, covering a whole area. You know, the MK46 is somewhat different because even though, yes, you've got a 1,000 round mag and you can keep hold of it, it is a slightly slower, you know, rate of fire, a bit more laboured. Obviously the gun is shaking, but your accuracy, I mean, you know, one customer said that, you know, at range he pointed it out a window, that he was sort of trying to lay down suppression fire and keeping these people in a building down. And all the BBs it went through the window. So, you know, and they got these people inside. So he didn't actually do, even though he tried to sort of start with suppression fire, all the PBs went through the window of the building that he was meant to be suppressing and actually got the people out. So, you know, and I don't know, I mean, isn't that what you want, you know? So, you know, rather than just lighting the side of a building up, if you know what I mean, don't you want to get the people out there inside it? You know, it's that's what your friends are doing, you know, that are going to be moving towards that building, you know, when you lay that suppression fire down, you know. You know, they're obviously going to be trying to move up to then get them out, but you've done it all for them, you know, with the MK46. So it's yeah. So I tend to treat it as accurate as any of the other, you know, NGRS lines up, which are quite famously quite accurate guns, aren't they? So. Okay, so that's the cover off. To the side. So we've got torque screws again, all the way around. So if you're worried about obviously things going ping on these, you do technically have a hole at the back here, which you do have a tool that's inside this, which is that, so which you can poke in the hole. So if you want to basically decompress it, because obviously it fires full auto and has no cut-off lever on this gun, so yeah, obviously TM's under the impression that yes, at some point you're going to put the gun away and not use it anymore, and obviously in order to stop the spring being potentially in a compressed state, then obviously it's got that little tool there to just pop the anti-reverse latch and everything unwinds, and obviously you can store it away without obviously storing it in compressed state. We're just going to pop this, although look, it's not even fired this, apart from when TM did it. So what they did, they probably done their test firing and then just pop the anti-reverse latch, then put it away. It's, you know, for sale. But yeah, that's not even pulled back and compressed, is it? So so we'll pop this spring out the back, which is a flat bladed screwdriver. Bit loose, but obviously it would have never gone anywhere because of that bracket. Okay, so the springs aren't attached on these. They are just separate. Really tight fitting that is on there. Like, yeah, they really got the dimensions small on that, or tight. But it's a very this is the downside to MK46, is its maximum capacity. You know, the maximum size that you can get it. You know, people messaging saying, can they do 500 FPS on this gun? No, you know. So, you know, I think you'd really struggle to get to 400, and that's simply due to the size of the piston. The physical OD, you know, of this spring, you know, it's almost touching the piston, which means obviously if you want to get thicker wire, you know, to have the spring to have a higher rating, then obviously you're then going to increase the OD, which is then obviously going to increase, you know, it's eventually basically going to get a lockup, you know, so you'll try and push it inside of the piston, and obviously it all gets compressed and just jams together, and then you can't get the spring and thing out, you know, so because it's just too big. So that was our issue that we had with obviously prototype springs that were really big, is they just physically won't fit in there, so we never even made them, you know, we just, you know, we took the measurements and you stick it into a calculator for the spring size, and yeah, so every single rating, you know, to get 400 FPS was showing red, you know, basically interference calculations things, when it's basically saying, look, the size of the piston is this, you know, the size of the spring guide is this means obviously inside, you know, it can be these settings, and obviously every time we calculated it to be obviously above, you know, 400 FPS in terms of rating, yeah, it just kept going red in different areas, you know, either the spring was too long, or the like I said, the OD was, you know, interfering with the piston, and you know, so yeah, so we went with a sort of what we call an M90. It gets us up to the UK 350 FPS. If you want to go a bit more, yeah, there is a bit of a leeway in terms of you know, we could. I said this would be the only way we'd possibly be able to get around this, is by making a longer one, we think. So rather than increasing the actual OD, what we do is we increase what's called free length. So where basically you put bigger gaps between each coil, an increased free length, and overall spring length, that can have an impact on rating. So which I didn't consider at the time. So yeah, it's a possibility, I guess, but it would look vastly different in that it would be physically longer if we were to do it. Yeah, the overall compressed, that's the thing about free length, is once you compress that free length, the ultimate compressed length is still the same as thing, even though obviously people compare two springs and one's like that long, one's that long. Overall compressed length, is still actually the same. Yeah, so i.e. its ability to actually fit inside there. So but yeah, it's fun and games. Springs. And we've also got to factor in the fact as well as spending more money, on Mark 46 when we're already fairly heavily invested now in this, more than any other company. Yeah, it's obviously how many are we selling? We're probably doing 5 to 10 a year at the moment. So is that enough to keep obviously investing, in Mark 46? Oh, this one's a bit tight. Obviously we hope that it continues to sell well for the next 15 years, so I just remember Murray guns, I've got a PSG1 brand new in the shop. That PSG1 is 33 years old, I believe. I mean, not the actual gun, it was obviously made relatively recently in a factory, but the actual design of it was 33 years old. So no one's buying a car brand new that's 33-year-old in design, are they? So yeah, interesting situation, and what TM do. I mean, obviously you don't want them to just discontinue guns willy-nilly because of an arbitrary age date, but yeah, would I like to see Murray do a shiny new PSG1? Of course I would. Is it financially viable for them to do it? Would it sell even, at all? I don't know. I don't know if the demand's there, and therein lies the problem when everybody's online demanding TM make a new gun, and then when they make a shiny new gun they're like, man, I didn't like that. So and obviously they've invested all that cash in making that new gun for somebody in 2 seconds to turn around and say, no, not for me. It's gutting, in it. So all the costs, to obviously produce all the first batch, to get them into the warehouses, to do all the promotions to get something to sell, and in 2 seconds somebody does a little online post saying, nah, scrap that. So, which, like I say, may well not be their taste. It's completely allowed for them to say that it's not to their taste, but it's just brutal for TM after a company invests that much in it, in a product. But that is the nature of the business. Okay, so we're going to be removing that in its entirety. Because we're going to be fitting an Eagle6 one, we're going to be removing this in its entirety because we're going to be fitting an Eagle6 one. Like I say, no offence to the products, like I say, they do last, and I get on quite well with the pistons, if I'm honest, because it's the new carbon fibre piston bodies. They're very, very strong. Where they let themselves down is obviously this metal part for some reason. We've seen failures there. Probably a chicken egg scenario where something else is failing to then break it. So it's not really its fault per se, but yeah, we technically have seen breakages. I'm just going to lift this up just to remove this tappet plate spring. We'll put that in later date. And now we've got the brand new assembly. So when you're with these, it's the same system that's in the AA12s with the new cylinder heads design. So you want to look down there and make sure that you can actually see light through it. Okay, it's possible to twist this and basically block off the cylinder, so that even though it's assembled and looks all good inside, there's actually like no ability for any air to go through whatsoever. So it's just something to pay attention to save you having to rebuild a gun. Right, so this assembly all goes to the side. Okay, so obviously gears, we're completely removing these, but just for our information's sake, we will measure the shims, because I'm trying to do best practice on these videos. And I need some paperwork for this gun. bevel top, bevel bottom. And I'm going to go to the toilet. Okay, so just when I got those bushings out. So 0.2 on the top. Probably reuse these. .2 on the bottom. Looking over time, fighting crime. Righty. So we've got the top ones here. I've got another top one over here for the top sectors. Need to measure them again. So we've got 80. Yeah, I thought so. So it's 40 for the top. It's more in line with the other ones I've measured. Should be standardised for TM. You know, they've got something that works. They just put the bits in there, and this is the issue with obviously not reshimming a TM. So you know, they're working on the assumption that their quality control is obviously spot on, and there's no difference between part manufacturer, you know, and assembly. But obviously sometimes, you know, we just know from practice that occasionally customers get a bit of a lemon, you know, so they're pulling the triggers and it's just really slow trigger response and not the performance they're expecting, and you stick an amp tester on there and it's drawing shitloads, you know. It just turns out there's just been, you know, anything that's a standard shim that they always do on every single one, it's just come up a bit tight, you know. Sometimes it's not even the actual shim that's the problem. Sometimes the actual gears, they come up a bit fat, and on the actual bushing themselves, sometimes they're a bit tight there, you know. So it's and the concept is that obviously, you know, we're not just sticking some bits in, you know, so we're meant to be, you know, testing this stuff and proving it all, you know, this is why it's faster, you know. Right. It's obviously a setting period and time wise on these bushings, so I want to get this cooking as fast as I can. Just sort of trying to do time management wise. Some of these builds moving forward a bit, you know. Okay, so some of these bushings are bigger than the others. Obviously we don't need the big ones. Not even sure why they're even in there. Bearing in mind I've got to modify it to get the normal ones in there. You know, but, like I say, it's craziness is par for the course for retro arms. 6mm. 6mm. 620. So it's way too big, you know. Big old hole you'd have to be cutting in that. So it's you know, now if they want to do a 5.9 and a 6, that might make more sense, you know. There's another 6, so 2 6 and a 6.20. You know what I mean? It's like nuts. But like I said, these are the only high quality, you know, in air quotes, bushings available. You know, and we do not want to look a gift horse in the mouth. We're very grateful that, you know, they've taken the time and money, you know, to obviously make a product for Mark 46. Although it was actually for AA12, you know, we're just repurposing it. So you want to press these in. Like I say, if it's too tight to go in there by just pressing in my opinion, as in with your fingers, you know, my opinion is too tight. Obviously we need it sitting flat and flush, and the problem with, like I say, if I was to now do this and then start banging it in, you know, you're not quite sure if obviously you're going to get a flush fit, because, you know, it's effectively too tight for the hole. So obviously what you don't want to do is install it sort of like that, you know, where it's sort of one side sticking up, you know, because that way it's obviously at the bottom of it, it would be slightly loose on the shaft, at the top of it would be slightly tight on the shaft, and now you've got this sort of shaft going through the middle, but the hole's like that. So, you know, which is obviously going to be, you know, putting some resistance on it. So we ideally, I mean, you can resolve it by obviously going in there and sanding it, but it's not ideal. So ideal is obviously, you know, trying your best at the very least, you know, to get these bushings seated flat and flush, and that's why I make the holes looser, so that we're then using the binding agent of the Loctite, which is obviously at, you know, microscopic level, we're going to be binding the two metals together. So we need the still haven't found a tool to go on the end of these. Big screwdriver or a wonder if that'll fit. Yeah, not really. It's gonna be something like that though, isn't it? So the bushings for these are 7mm, I believe. Yeah. I've not got a 6. Just stick the end of the 7 in there where it's narrower. There we go. So Bushings sweet, but the other one is not. Yes, that one's in. No. Yeah, it's gone in. Still think it could do with a smidge more off though. Okay. Just clean inside the faces again, and then we're going to seat these ones. Here we go. Metal bushings all seated and flush. Just going to clean off some excess on the other side. Don't want any going inside the middle part of it. Okay, now we want gravity to do its thing, so we're just going to sort of suspend it somewhere. So that it's facing like that. Oh. So it's worth checking the runners, you never know, it could be like casting marks and stuff, but it's pretty good, so I don't feel the need we need to polish that or anything. Okay, so we're going to be testing the fit on these as well, so we need nope. That's a smaller one. These spare ones are just basically useless. Right. Sounds like some customers here. Okay, it's alright, customer took a while, so we are a little behind now, so we just need to quickly get this seated and then go and do some orders before Royal Mail collections. So that's both of them seated, so I need to get my orders sorted, ready for Royal Mail collection, and then I will carry on after that. Okay, so carrying on with the shimming, these are set. Okay, so bottom, top. So we don't need to do half shell with this because we've got a huge gap at the back. Where's my threes? Get that on top and then we'll go from there. Right, we need to get the screws in. Okay, so we've got nothing underneath it, but we've got the shims on top. So now we can get our. Oh shit! We have to check the motor that we're shimming. So we're fitting one of these lovely brushless motors from Solink. Fantastic motors, very robust, you know, good performance, just great addition. Yeah, that's pretty good, to be honest. Don't even think we need to really take out that slack either. But I mean that's good. So yep. So another benefit of that one over the other ones. Grip. The freaking orange screwdriver. What's he doing over there? It's another benefit of this motor is that obviously they've got the length better than the wide, so that's it's pretty good. Maybe you could back it out a tiny bit, but I think that's pretty spot on, to be honest. And obviously if you do the height test, you know, there's I'll take a guess at 0.6 on top, but got a bit of slack there in it, so we'll get that shimmed naturally a bit closer to the wide. Sorry, the solink. So it's about 90. Shit. I think we'll get a 0.1 in there, and that should be sufficient. We'll fill in the rest of the other side, and then we'll get a test done on it. Pretty close. Let's get all these in. Oh, yeah, didn't even move. So, too many on the bottom. A 5 and a 3, so obviously loads. So let's try a 3 and a 3. So not 20 off it. Do. Yeah, pretty much bang on really. So that one's set. So now what we need to do is get a bit of or should we just do the whole lot, save some time? The problem with obviously doing all three rather than just one is obviously if there's an issue with it, then you then have to go back and do them one at a time anyway, you know, to figure out which one's obviously the binding one. That feels alright. I mean, it's got no slack, so it is on the border, but You could also describe it as perfect as well. So top recovered, bottom recovered. Right, let's move on to the next one. Seems about right height wise with that. When you're doing the shimming, you know, you could obviously go and copy an old thing, you know, and try and get as close as possible, but obviously you try to teach shimming in the way that, you know, if you teach a system, then in theory, obviously, as when parts change or are different sizes accidentally for whatever reason, you know, you can then obviously cope for it with, you know, a system. But yeah, you just basically have to just pick a certain amount and just measure and do a test, and it's either tight or it's not tight. Okay, so I've got a bit of slack now, so I was happy with that height. I'll just check it with against the bevel to see if we've got a room to maybe just stack a little bit more underneath. It's not a bad thing raising that. Obviously we don't want to have the sector gear too high. So to use gear terminology, we're checking what's called step heights. So if you imagine steps on a ladder, you know, or steps on stairs, you know, we're checking the step between the two gears just to make sure that obviously one is not interfering with another, so that there is some room there to come up if we need to. So let's pop it on the underside, raise it to always technically the more riskier option, but we haven't yet done the sector gear. Well, we can always lower things if we need to. So I've got a 20 underneath. Oops. Yep, spot on. I don't want to speak too soon, but this is going swimmingly, isn't it? To be fair to me, Andy did the majority of the prep work of the shimming. So with me doing the farmer build process and testing. So yeah, it is something that obviously gets quicker with time, doesn't it? So, right, so we've got this one, so we're just going to check the step height now on the sector gear, and then we're going to check that accordingly. So this is it with obviously nothing underneath it. And it is lying on that big time, so we will raise that. Let's try these to start off with. Still going to need some more. So I mean, tappet plate being held down, I mean there's oodles of room, but it is a half it's a half-toothed piston, so that is close to that piston. No two ways about that. Let me remove the tapper plate, and we will just fit the. We'll do a test without that in the way because it does interfere somewhat with the. Okay, so pickup is fine on that angle. Obviously second tooth already removed, you know, because they have to do that when you adjust the angles for a better pickup. So TM's obviously already made that adjustment now. It's interesting to see obviously their improvements over the time as much as others. Right, you know, when you're moving this, like, you know, it just feels like it's rubbing against it. So you know, I think you know, bearing in mind obviously this isn't the final piston we're going to be using, so I suppose I could go and check that one because I believe this one is spec'd up for an Eagle6 one. Yeah. So Eagle6 pistons. So what we'll do is we'll see if it's got the same interference with this one, because the rack is in a slightly different place. Might actually be worse. And that freaking coming off. Forgot to bloody bind the rack, didn't I? I want to get this glued in place for extra strength. Got any glue left? That's annoying. I don't think I've got any of the glue I normally use, which is the gel stuff. It takes a little longer to set, but tends to be quite, sort of gets in all kinds of different places with the gel one. I quite like it. Let's give this stuff a go. I'm just worried that it goes off too quick. Get this bloody rack in. It seems to have gone in alright, doesn't it? Don't care about looks, we're after that strength. It's got loads of clearance on this piston. Only thing is, obviously with that we'll probably have to modify this anti-reverse latch to make sure we get the clearance, because the rack is further over, because I used a just a normal M14 rack on it, a half-tooth rack, as opposed to one specifically designed for this. Bloody half, pain in the arse getting this off, isn't it? So shit, it's way too tight. have to lower it all anyway, I think. Shit. Oh, we are lowering that. Fucking hell. Freaking shims left on it. No, it might be because it's yeah, it's just tight. Yeah, I think it's just that the holes are just a bit too tight. So either you make the holes bigger or you make the gear smaller. No one particular rule, I guess. obviously putting it at some sort of an angle with it being tight, you know, that's just binding it. Time that goes off, there's another 10 minutes flown by. It's ridiculous, isn't it? wonder. There's a mark on that. No, it's binding, but yeah, there's also needs some shims on there, so it's not touching. The tappet plate is basically the same height as that, so probably you need a shim just so that this isn't touching on the metal. be nice for just parts that just fit, eh? So we've got very little shim and height adjustment on that. Go too high, and obviously we're going to be hitting the top of the gearbox shell. Too low, and obviously we're going to be hitting the spur gear. So another 10 minutes. Spoke too soon on the shimming, obviously, didn't I? still binding a bit, but the height's about right, so we'll get the height of all the other ones, and I might try just running it in for a bit and see if we can loosen it up. More optimal for the anti-reverse latch, we'll obviously have to just drop this down a smidge. Grease. Yeah, it's not amazing, it's too tight at the moment, but we'll get it on this because it's currently not been restricted yet, so you know, it's currently running at 46k, so we'll get that on a 11 volt, and that'll be a good old test for it. So just obviously the gears on their own. been pressed in too far, so probably have to modify that base plate again. Maybe I can get them sitting lower. Oh yeah, shit, there's these colour coded things. We might be able to just rip them off. Oh no, they're just covering the solder points. Maybe that would have it sitting a bit lower. No, it's just where the strong solder is. Just making it just sit really proud. I mean, they are a steep thing, they are temporary. To show you how difficult it can be for shimming. We've got this lovely inspection hole at the to see the fact that obviously it's further in than when we done the shimming without the wiring. You know, if you don't have it, the ability to see that, you know, like on a MP5 or an ASG Scorpion or a PSG1, you're obviously going to be a lot of the V3s. You know, you're going to really struggle to see when your big change in MOSFET wiring or motor or whatever big change has resulted in obviously it being pushed in too far. So it just doesn't make sense when you're doing the shimming and you shim it up perfectly and yet you're getting a bad result, and it's because obviously this base plate and not taking into the fact that different size grips and different base plates on grips can obviously have an impact as well and push motors in much further than we're expecting. It's not even remotely close to fitting. Fuck's sake. Just want to see how far off my test setup is versus the proper setup. Same thing here, look. That's better, isn't it? It's much better. Just taking out those sections. It's like a sort of Z. better, doesn't it? God, that's so much better than where it was sitting before. Like I say, if it's not built right, there's almost like no point even pulling the trigger, you know. So, you know, garbage in, garbage out, to use a computer term. A little bit too far in, sounds bad. A little bit too far out, sounds bad. In the middle, yep. So I'm just going to take an initial reading, which we expect to be high, just so we can tell if it obviously changes over time. Okay, so it started off at 4.8 and it's now at 2.8. So yeah, it's quite a reduction. Just so I've got a record of obviously all three tested on the motor. I've just jotted down the amp and watt peak for all three gears, which is obviously 2.4, so that's in line with obviously a very low draw motor like a brushless motor. Obviously you'd be getting sort of 4s and, you know, maybe worst case 5, you know, so on a really sort of on a brushless motor, maybe brushed motor with maybe like very strong magnets, but yeah, on average about 4 for brush motors. So yeah, you're basically halving your amp draw, you know, by going brushless. So with the shimmer now being set and obviously that wiring problem sorted, I mean, just imagine how many gun techs that catches out. Yeah. Although they're heavy gears, we've now got this sort of, you know, when we spin it and it keeps on going sort of situation, like that sort of bicycle wheel. You'd want to be able to see it just spin and keep on spinning. So springs. Should be attached to something. Right. Well, that's how easy it is to do springs, eh? Chop a little bag of them. It'll turn up somewhere. Attached to something. Just gotta make sure it's not attached to something inside the gun. People said that brushlesses don't get hot, and they do. Cool. That's why we tend to not recommend doing that to the brushed motors. Obviously it gets so hot that obviously all the bushings that are inside there can melt. Not good. Right, original spring, we're going to bin that off. Start building this back up. I'd like to get tested today. .20 underneath. .4 on top, which is the same as the original. .4 on top, which is a little bit thicker. .3 on the bottom, which is a little bit thicker. So we're taking out a bit of slack there. .58, which is a bit thicker. One that is thicker. Yep, Jesus. Eagle6 spring. So we're going to test fit that into here. Make sure it's free moving. Don't need lockups caused by a tight spring. Good seal, maybe a little too good for a sport gun. Fire quite rapid fire, a lot of rounds. You know, sometimes having a little leeway for, you know, BB jams and stuff. You know, for poor feeding on high caps, etc. Box mags. Sometimes having that leeway is safer. But this is a performance gun, so we have to try and get all the performance. A little bit more on here, grease. Obviously this is just plain steel, so I want to make sure we cover up some of those surfaces. It's worth pointing out that obviously any rust and stuff is just cosmetic from it not having anti-oxidizing coatings on there, but we weren't able to get that done. Alright, so we're just going to remove some material from this to make sure it doesn't interfere with that piston. Looks like it's plenty. Okay, I'll turn that one into a mount over my will, aren't I? Right. Spacers.
You didn't take it off stock.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Yeah. We're testing on 0.3s on this. Hopefully that's not too much. Okay, so old, not part of it, top section, do that in a minute, do that in a minute, do that in a minute, grip screws, motor, we'll do that in a bit, gearbox screws, we'll do them soon, yeah, and then we'll do the hop unit after this. Get in there, innit? Oops. Alright, calm down. Suppose we could do a cheeky photo. checking clearance in all positions of the anti-reverse latch. Screwdriver, come on. Try 32k as powerful motor. If you're using some of the deeper concave nubs, you can use our shorter sort of trolley bit there. It's a little packaging for that, isn't it? So as a general rule of thumb, when you're popping this wheel on, don't really want to be having to push this down in order to kind of get the wheel on. The wheel should just kind of push on, and then obviously you then turn the wheel, and you know, it then obviously pushes that that down. That's when you get your lift. Okay, so we're just going to be carrying this on. What's going on here, eh? Fill in it. Just gotta make sure it's past that little thing that prevents it coming back up. And it should be tucked neatly down there. Okay, we've got top one. Okay, then they can sit just neatly above there, and then obviously we'll push it flush. Get the cover on. That'll stop it hitting the side of the chassis. We'll lower it all in there. Tiny screwdriver, so We don't want to go all the way in on these screws, we just want to try and pull it into the correct position first, and then we'll get the pin in. Try and locate it in just the right place. And we can just nip these up. Okay. Turn that here off, it's ridiculous. Right. So these aren't going back in, so we're just going to put them to the side. We'll need these in a minute. We've done the modifications for the motor. We're going to need this to locate it, and we're going to need those for that. And this is more grip screws over here. And then that's part of the upper flap. Okay, we'll need the selector, so we'll bring that over here near the actual selector. And then we've got a screw for locating the front of it, so we'll need that. Okay, so it's a bit fiddly, but you've got to get these wires, so just straighten them. Fortunately you lose TM's lovely little bend there. Get these into straightness for your personal sanity. Down the hole. And then obviously we previously left the fire selector in the furthest this way position, so we should be able to match that up neatly with this selector that's on here. Okay. Just going to pop this wiring through there. Oh, I thought we got that right through there, but table must have been in the way and caused it to bunch up in there, which is why I say straighten it. Okay, so obviously we'll run that wire across the top here, around there. We're going to be pulling this wire through. Obviously we would like that fire selector ideally to line up perfectly with that first time. That'd be lovely. Try the rear position first. Just remember that obviously you're going to have some interference with this charge handle, so you've got to move this back and out of the way. To lower it in there, and then you can go back again, but you do need to double check that selector. pivot this up. So it'll only go in one way via the pivot this box up just a smidge, just to get past the bevel gear. For fuck's sake. Fucking shit. So much easier from that side. Probably the way it's fucking gonna go. Right. So with it held up in the right place, you want to move the fire selector and see if it obviously adjusts the safety, which it does. We've not had any servicing issues with these screws, so because of the size, we're just leaving the original Loctite that's on there. That should be sufficient without putting shitloads back on. Just because, you know, if the stuff we put on here, you know, hardens in a way that's obviously just difficult to remove, it could be a right pain in the ass getting these out. Okay, so we're going to put the screw into the back of the gearbox. That will locate it into the correct position. sure all this wiring's up and out of the way. That's too tight, so we're going to back that off and locate the extra screws to put the bracket in the right place. That's going to govern the final position of the gearbox. That way the tolerances are all spot on when we put the grip on and it's in the right position. Obviously what you want to do is put the grip on, and that will hold it in a certain position. You should obviously tighten the grip, and then obviously none of this will pull tight, or you know, it does pull tight, but obviously you've got a hop unit or feeding issues, so the gearbox in the right place. Same goes for any gun really. Now tighten the gearbox, and that will put it all in the right place, so that when we get these, put the gearbox on, okay, so same as before, just don't put it on the threads, put it on the surface of the countersunk. That way it will just bond that top section, as opposed to all the way down there. Let me start pulling this up. Before we just fully tighten that, we'll do this one as well. Feed tube, and obviously latest and greatest version of everything. Lilacs do an upgraded one of these, but by comparison to TM's new one, it's not as good a fit, in my opinion. Smidge difficult getting the box on and off, a little bit tight. You know, it could do with a Neo revision, but you know, Lilacs aren't really investing in TM anymore, unfortunately. They went off to America and got distracted and never came back. Shiny things over there. I mean, you can't really blame them sort of going where the money is, can you, you know? It's ultimately it's up to us as fans of the NGRS series to support the NGRS series by buying them, by buying lots of them, by buying lots of parts for them, you know, and that then obviously supports the platform, and then obviously companies think, well, there's lots of them about in there, you know, so you know, getting other people to buy them, you know, so get a whole team of them, you know, really show people up and show people how good they are, and that all you know, just helps the platform. Sunday, fighting crime. really won't be here too long on Sunday, but if I can get this range test done, then we'll be able to progress it further forward without a whole week wait. We'll start getting the prep done on these fast enough in the week. Or I'm not. You know, they're not overly complicated things, are they? You know? Just bulky and heavy to handle, you know, where you're trying to move it about, but as long as you follow the rules, and as you can see, we've developed enough parts, you know, to try and get some upgrades out of it. Obviously, if TM want to release anything new this year or next year, then we'll try our best to support that, you know, money willing. I think we've only got 100 sets of gears, is it? 200? 100 of the steel upgraded gears. We did the same gears also for the AA12, and we've really not sold many AA12 gears, considering the sheer number of AA12 Kinos that are out there, along with the copy ones, you know, from EMG, the rubbish ones. You know, SEMA, EMG, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's yeah, it's just not sold very well for AA12. So I don't know if people just don't know about it yet. I mean, we are a small company, you know, so it's sometimes hard to get the name out there in it, you know. But the MK46 one's going very well. So obviously, I'd say that if you do have a MK46, it is a known failure point. You know, I'm sure I've got a MK46 gear just lying around here, busted somewhere. You know, they are prone for it, unfortunately. So it's the same gear that of the AA12, so it's not like MK46 is specifically prone for it. The AA12 is also, you know, it's just a weak sector or something happens in the system, you know, and usually it's a failure, so of some description. So if something jams, I always use the analogy of a car, you know, hitting a wall. You know, it's not really the car's fault that it crumples into tiny pieces, you know what I mean? So it's the fact that somebody drove it into a wall. So something breaks inside there when we're using these things, and that energy from that travelling at high speed, it has to transfer somewhere, and often, you know, the gears usually stop almost like instantaneously, and yet the other gears obviously are trying to transfer that momentum through, but obviously it's jammed, you know, for whatever reason, and you know, it just rips the teeth off. It just goes straight through them, just rips them right off. It's not like they just randomly fall off. They're literally just pulled off, you know, just gone straight through them, if you know what I mean. So you know, like a bunch of bollards in a car just careering through it, if you know what I mean. It's just taking all the teeth off it, just because of the sheer speed, which momentum and energy and stuff. So so yeah, it's a tough one. Okay, so I wanted to have a quick look at the photograph we took earlier just to remind myself of orientation. I mean, you could, you know, have a crack at it, but try and not just guess these things, do you? Okay, so we've got black on the left, a small kink, although obviously we now have to pay attention to the new wiring. I think we'll get away with that. Then we've got a red one on the right, so we'll obviously be a curve on the left there, so that's cool. We'll get that done. That looks about right, doesn't it? We'll kink this one over around about here. Okay, so we now need the modified motor spacer. We'll see what the, you know, that's what I said to, obviously, you know, I'd prefer Andy still here, if you know what I mean, taken away, you know, but yeah, if, you know, one thing it has obviously allowed me to do is do the builds myself, you know, a lot of prep work rather than sort of just, you know, directing the builds. And then obviously when there are little issues like this, if you know what I mean, I can see resolutions and obviously potential upgrade parts and solutions and stuff which I can then implement. So this is obviously what I want to step away from with regards to the regular servicing, just try and get back onto the bandwagon of helping the greater mass of people as opposed to a few people with builds. Obviously, you know, we're really grateful that everybody comes back and rates our builds highly, but yeah, there's so many gun techs out there, you know, that can obviously do the prep work, you know. So there's very few that can sit and develop parts for these things. So so yeah, I'd rather try and, you know, do that side of things. And obviously, it's a fantastic idea for a product right there. And again, it's only niche, but you know, with the advent of 3D printing, it does allow smaller batch productions to be done, you know. So or you know, obviously with our focus on the again on the e-commerce, you know, maybe we can drive that to be more successful, and then we can start investing in you know, some of the equipment we need to do more machine stuff, which would be quite nice, you know. So in-house. So but yeah, or smaller batch productions, you know, that through other local houses. So yeah, it's I don't know, it's all time, isn't it, and money. Well, money mostly in it, you know. So righty. That one looks like that is down nicely. We will soon find out if that is not in the correct position, because it will screech its arse off. Just making sure these wires are in the right place. Try and bounce it up and down to make sure that obviously it moves things around and gets correctly seated. You know, you don't want that to be the cause as opposed to the wiring, you know. And that goes for all airsoft guns really. It's not specific to this. This is the cause of so much wasted time by many a gun tech in the workshop, is wiring issues. West Crusaders. Working overtime on a Sunday. Okay. I should have double checked that, but just a reminder to make sure that obviously that wiring, it's obviously nicely seated, but you know, if you don't get it in its runner, you could obviously put all that down in there and obviously trap that wiring, which would obviously be a very fast way to a short circuit. So just be careful of it. That's going to go into there, isn't it? That's going to go into there in case the customer wants them back. I mean, they theoretically have no use now to customers. It's like, well, maybe one day I'll take the bits out and put the original bits back in. It's like, just imagine doing all this just to try and revert it back to standard to get some expensive bits out. Now just flog it off, move on in life, you know. So I'm sure you get great money for this upgraded. Just trying to pull it all apart, just you know, it's just, you know, some people got too much time, you know what I mean. So Jesus. Right. I'll put them in there. Right, let's get this recoil bit back on there. So what I might do is I might just go quickly do the range test on it without the oh fuck it, I'll put the resource system back on, it's not too much. It's working on assumptions, isn't it? Assumptions that everything has been done absolutely spot on, you know. You know, you can't but hope, can't you? Go. So these wires should hold that neatly against that. So then when this comes down, these wires should not be in the way of that bracket. I think we were running some 3.2s on this, weren't we? So let me go ping some shots off. Get that. That sits all in there. That activates that switch. This activates the second safety switch. Customer wants Deans on there. I'll just double check that because I've really gone off on just having Deans just in general, you know. So it's just so much nicer, and usually TM has figured out some kind of space or compartment, you know, to kind of like collect the connectors. I don't think there is one on this, but there is on Scar, just as an example. You know, usually where you can just tuck the tamiya and it sits neatly out of the way, and you know, it's all thought about, you know, in terms of wire length and harness, and then we go and stick a Deans on, and like, you know, suddenly it fit properly, you know. 416 is a good example. You put Deans on, bloody thing won't pull through the rail anymore, you know, it's too wide. So with the tamiya it does. So so yeah, it just ends up being a, you know, the sort of thing that people ask for, but it's just being asked for just because, you know, generic reasons. You know, upgrades should always be for reasons, right? So obviously, is a connector in a poor state? Yeah, okay, brilliant, change it. You know, so obviously put a brand new one on. You know, or renew it, or yeah, go to Dean's, because maybe, like I say, there's, you know, you're fed up of, you know, the mini Tamias going bust, but in my experience, you know, we are talking years, you know, for that. So, but you know, I get it. The Dean's is technically rated for more amp draw, though this is now pulling fuck all. So, so yeah, it's. I mean, this is, you know, in theory, you know, got obviously a built-in, you know, fuse system, obviously inside the MOSFET. You know, probably around 20 amp draw. You know, and now we're sitting here at friggin' 2, you know, so with maybe a max of what, probably 11 or something once we get the tester on it, 12, 15 maybe at most, you know, so it's just, you know, with a max cap of like 20. You know, we used to build guns, you know, 15 odd years ago. We used to rewire all the wiring and do all kinds of stupid things, and you know, sitting there at, you know, 22 amp draw, you know, and that's why people needed thick wiring, because obviously the draw was high. Now we just understand the whole airsoft industry much more, and obviously the more people like ourselves and other people do videos, putting that content out there, the more their at-home techs get educated, and then they become good enough to become professional techs, and you know, and yeah, hopefully we can create an industry. Though, like I say, I don't quite think the money's there to do it professionally, not really. So not unless it's being massively subsidised by a large company. So, but that's just to me. Righty, I'm gonna go range test this. Righty, so the Mark 46 new build that we're doing, this has passed range testing on 3s and is getting 275 FPS with the limit being 286 on that ammo. So that's within our pass range of 20 FPS off the limit. You know, is it possible to try and eke out tiny bits more? Well, yeah, if you build it 20 times over, try and different springs and things, but it's pretty close to the limit, so we're happy to call it quits there, to try and eke out an extra you know, 10 you know, when we run the possibility of going over. You know, it's just too time consuming, so we have to start to draw on a line on some of the builds and stuff on how many times we rebuild them, and to try to eke out tiny bits of extra performance. So it's already got 3 spaces in there, so like I say, we'd be then risking things on a 4th spacer, and we haven't ever tested that, so it's not worth trying. So yeah, so 275 is what this build's producing, and we're now just going to finalise the build, get it all back together, so that you know, it's all ready to go. And right, so let me get this recoil back on there. Right.
looks like that's sitting flush and on the back of the piston. So we're just going to start putting these in. Like I said, don't go mental on Loctite, but obviously it's more about little and often maintenance. Obviously you can't really try and make something indestructible. You know, really there should be some sort of maintenance by the customer over time. You know, you can otherwise you know, you're never going to be able to service the damn thing. these ones can come loose. So, I mean, again, you don't need huge amounts. It's the Loctite that's setting that, you know, prevents it unwinding. Freaking 2 mil gone. Okay, so that's your fake bullet rack. So obviously this is all secured now, so this will go backwards and forwards. Obviously all of the bottoms are already built up, and we obviously range tested the other day. Click that in, this can go down. So we just need to assemble this rear stock again, and then this can go over to be videoed after a small wait for those Loctite to set. Okay, so this was the orientation, obviously, of the thing previously. This end's too thick, you see, so so it'll only be one direction it'll be going through, which is this way, like that. Easy as that, eh? Right. Stock's so much tighter on these new models. They've really refined down those dimensions when they had the chance to do the new upper and new lower. Sometimes TM will just stick with their designs for 30 years, but when they do revise them, at least they take the opportunity to redo the molds and improve a few things. So yeah, they've done that on 4 and 7, I think, as well, back in the day. So yeah, it's all back together. Obviously, hopefully we'll now roll over footage wise, you know, to the testing video. And yeah, thank you for watching. Hopefully these videos are informative and not completely utterly boring. And yeah, so see you in the next one. Okay, so we have range tested this on 3s, but our FPS is coming in at 290 with a limit of 286. So that effing sucks, because obviously I've gone all the trouble to obviously build this up, range test it, perfectly great working gun now, and now we've got to go all the way in back again down to downgrade it. So that's what we're going to be doing today, is getting the FPS down. I'm pretty sure it tested alright on the day, but you know, it's maybe with a sort of a couple of days of settling, if you know what I mean. But either way, you know, I went to do the video on it, I tested it, its FPS was too high, it can't go out. Yeah, so I double checked that obviously the ammo in there is correct. You know, you have to check these things. But yeah, freaking sucks. So we're gonna go in, have a look what spring was in there, and then see if we can just take that down a bit. It's just quick change under there, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? So no spaces on here, so we're gonna have to work out obviously which spring was in there. This is the one with the FPS nozzle, we put a different nozzle on there, didn't we, to try and fault find this. arsehole to get off in it. I mean, arsehole to replace that screw if it will need to. Righty. So we need to separate these two halves. So the easiest thing is getting into the gearbox, you know, on the MP5. See, this, you know, is now getting obviously more complicated. It's like a sort of a modern car engine. Everything's all moulded to the shape of the gearbox, which is pretty cool. Using all the spaces properly. So again, if people are at home and aren't, oh there we go, we've got space, so we'll be able to yank that off. Good. Hopefully that'll just bring that down. So if people are obviously taking it home and obviously they don't have the confidence to you know, you know, guarantee that shimming is done correctly, and it's not just utter guesswork, you know, and they know that you know, or they want to eke out, you know, the extra performance gains, you know, from correct shimming, you know, then but all they're interested in is or the extent of their gun, you know, ability is simply that, you know, they want to increase the power, and that's it, you know. If a gun works, that's all they're happy with, you know. Then yeah, you could just get into this stage of the gearbox, you know, take the spring out, replace the spring, and then close it all back up now. Obviously, and just pay attention to obviously the shims and the positions they're in. Make sure they obviously go back into those positions. Make sure the gear here is at 90 degrees. This is the timing lobe here. Pop the shims back in the right places. Go. Right, so gearbox closed. You know, we only need it down just a smidge, so hopefully this will be enough to be able to do that.
You went through your
Right, so we're just reassembling this. Every fucking time. sake. On first. Okay, MP5 reassembled with one power spacer removed, slightly downgrading it, and we're going to retest on some 0.3 amperes and hopefully move to range testing. Hello, unfortunately when we done our actual videoing of the gun, operating fine, great, but as I was looking down range at like say 10 meters, you know, it just seemed like they were sort of slightly curving to the right, you know. I mean, I've got the video, I might even cut it in here, you know, so you can sort of see them, you know, and then sort of going straight. It just, I mean, if you've got inaccuracy at 10 meters, you know what I mean, it obviously shouldn't be doing that, you know. That just, it would obviously be then terrible accuracy further. So obviously we've already done the range test on this gun, so, and it passed, so that's confusing. So we went to the you know, just that quickly outside, you know, just to sort of see if I can get a couple of shots off, and you know, it was absolutely terrible accuracy, you know. Now obviously it could be I suppose, you know, a bad batch of EVs, but I don't think so. I think it's just, you know, and I think so many of our problems are just being caused, you know, by these Psionic hot rubbers, you know. It's just, you know, at this point, you know, for whatever it costs, you know, to take all of these hot rubbers and throw them in the bin, you know, it would be cheaper than the amount of hours we're losing, you know, trying to fault find, you know, problems. Now, I don't know what is wrong with the product. I don't know where they went wrong. I can't tell you, and I can't inform them that, you know. All I can say is that, you know, it seems fine, and then after a period of time, you start to get stuttering, and you start to get poor feeding, and the BBs are coming through and going all over the place, and it's just terrible, terrible, terrible accuracy. You know, so yeah, I've got a customer collecting this tomorrow, and I've got to now strip all this apart, if you know what I mean, when I should be going home, you know, to take that out, you know, all because of a poor product, you know, provided to us, and there'll be there's nothing we can do about it. We'll lose money there, and the companies don't care, you know, and we're just, you know, shafted in terms of time, money, everything, you know, because a company packaged up and sent out, you know, a product that doesn't work. It's fantastic, isn't it? So that said, it's not marketed for Mark 46 or MP5, is it? It's marketed for AEP, and we're the ones sticking it in a different gun. So, you know, that's their get out of jail, isn't it? So enough of my ranting, because I've now got a whole gun to rebuild. There we go. Wires. Fuck's sake. I could not tell you what's wrong with these hot rubbers, but they start off fine and then just deteriorate into just a terrible, you know, all over the place type shooting. And it just always looks fine in there, so I don't know what it is. But we're just pissing away time trying to make this product work. So we're going to go back to basics. We're going to go for a TM hot rubber, and we're going to put it with an R hop in order to get the kind of range and effect that people are hoping for from fitting a product like this. So obviously we want to remove this nub that's on here. Okay, so nice and flat. I want to invert this back the correct way. Patch. Just making sure this is free moving up and down, make sure that obviously it doesn't get stuck in like an overhop or underhop state. We're not going to increase the power because sometimes our hops can raise FPS. Where's the spring gone? God, every fucking time putting in this safety. Jesus Christ. we do all these before we put the grip on. We don't want the grip to pull it into the wrong place, so we just want to make sure that obviously that selector is yeah, properly moving. It's good. We can tighten this one with the back here now, because obviously the front ones are in to locate its position. So we know we're not pulling it accidentally backwards and out of position. So they're all in to locate the position of the gearbox, so we can put our grip screws back in. out if that's right when we pull the trigger and it sounds horrible. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty, hopefully we'll go to put this to range testing and again, and then stress testing again.
Hello, Richard here from Eagle6 Airsoft. We're just going to be testing this Tokyo Marine Mark 46. This one is a brand new build, and we've stripped it, rebuilt it with an Eagle6 upgraded power spring with 3 spacers. Got the we tried fitting this Psionic hot rubber, but it was causing accuracy issues, so that's been pulled out, and we've put the original TM hot rubber back in, modified with a Psionic hot patch. Downside is obviously it's difficult to use lighter ammos on it, because obviously it's providing extreme lift. On the positive side is obviously it gives extreme lift on heavy ammos. So I'd say the bare minimum you probably use is 3s on this, unless it beds in and allows you to use a bit more or a bit lower. So I stick with the 3s, and or 3.2s for this build. It is right on the limit, so it's 284, 85, so with obviously the limit being 286, so it's right up there in terms of FPS. Obviously usually it was 10 under previously, but obviously the RHOP tends to raise it up a little bit. So we've got the Eagle6 nub in there, which obviously is for reduced pressure when using the RHOP systems. We've got the Psionic small nub, which is like an Omega style. We've got the retro arms bushings. We've got the Eagle6 anti-reversal latch, so the steel one. We've got the steel gears from Eagle6. We've got the Eagle6 custom piston, and we've got the solink V5 adjustable motor, which we've reduced down to 32k, I think. So yeah, it's just to reduce the speed a little bit for some reliability. Obviously we don't want to trash the system by going too fast, though it is adjustable, and obviously at customer discretion, at your own risk, you can obviously play about with that speed to your heart's content and keep on increasing it until things go pop, if you would like. You're cool. It's your gun once you get it. Right. Yeah, that's pretty much it really. So like I said, I've just demonstrated working on some 3s here, just so we can demonstrate it working. We've done a range test which we're happy with, and yeah, just make sure it's working. So that's all about it. So yeah, that's I say it's all good and going, and we hope you enjoy. Any problems, let me know. But otherwise, yeah, it should be hopefully a fantastic build for you. Thank you. Oh, amp draw on the solink motor, 10 amps on this 10.5. I mean, that's an incredibly low. Most airsoft guns have a 20 amp fuse on them, for operating at 17, 18. Obviously best case with obviously a really good shim, you get it down to 15. This one's sitting at 9.5, so it's obviously hugely reduced by obviously having the in terms of its obviously battery usage by that solink motor. So it's a fantastically efficient piece of kit. So yeah, and obviously amazing shim as well. So thank you.